agree more. Loretta and I extend our deepest condolences to Sandy and the entire Levin family, especially Senator Levin's wife, Barbara, their children and grandchildren, and to their cousin, Dan Levin, my pal, in Chicago, Illinois. I know how proud the Levin family was of their name and reputation. It was well earned in whatever they chose to do, law, politics, business. Carl Levin was a great man and a good friend. I will truly miss him. Madam President, I'd like to ask that this statement that I'm about to make be placed in a separate part of the record.
Without objection.
Madam President, last night we had an opportunity. We sat down with the President of the United States for more than an hour. We were discussing with him and with Vice President Harris our nation's need for immigration reform. You were there, Senator Menendez, Senator Lujan, Senator Padilla, along with our colleagues in the House, got to speak to the President in a very informal setting. I want to thank President Biden for taking the time to meet with us. He could have taken the whole day on a victory lap in the Senate after passing the historic infrastructure plan, or at least starting the debate on it 2 nights ago. But instead, President Biden said, I want to meet with you. He gave us his undivided attention for more than an hour. That's because President Biden understands that we cannot wait any longer to fix America's broken immigration system. It's been 36 years. 36 years since we passed any meaningful immigration bill. We passed it here. It was known at the time as the Simpson-Mazzoli bill, and it was sent to President Ronald Reagan, who signed it. Critics of what was signed call it amnesty, but it was a sincere and bipartisan effort to deal with a broken immigration system. We've since learned that the immigration system is broken again in many significant ways. This effort that we're discussing now has been decades in the making. Back when we passed that original immigration reform under President Reagan, our adversary in the world was the Soviet Union. Top Gun was the most popular movie in America. Under the last administration, our broken immigration system absolutely collapsed. Former President Donald Trump's zero-tolerance policy at the southern border was not only inhumane, it was ineffective. It made our nation weaker and less safe. The hatred that many people in the Trump administration had for immigrants was palpable. I could go through the list of names, but I don't want to give them any satisfaction to hear their names on the floor of the Senate. But what they think of people who were not lucky enough to be born in America is just sad, in many ways disgusting. Some of my Republican colleagues have tried to blame President Biden, who's been in office for 6 months, with the failure of our immigration system. But the reality is, Donald Trump was the one who provoked the crisis at our border. Do you remember the speeches when he talked about all the rapists and murderers who are coming in, wanting to live in the United States? Do you remember what he did to our Muslim friends and their families when he cut off immigration from their countries? His administration implemented policies that blocked nearly all claims by asylum seekers. They also prevented members of law enforcement from exercising prosecutorial discretion, which made it harder for ICE and DHS to apprehend true criminals. Former President Trump's hate-based policies created a massive bottleneck at our border and a giant backlog of applications that our courts are still working through. President Biden understands that closing our doors to families and children fleeing violence is not only cruel and inhumane, it's not good policy, and it's contrary to the values of this country. The stories are legendary about when the United States closed its borders in World War II under a Democratic president, Franklin Roosevelt, turning away people who were escaping the Nazis in Europe, sending them back to their deaths in the Holocaust. We learned a bitter lesson during that war, that is not what the United States is all about, and we've tried to make it up ever since, trying to lead the world when it came to refugees embraced in America And those refugees have proven over and over again that they are positive influences on this nation. The Biden administration is bringing order to immigration enforcement, and it'll take some time, but it's on its way. Since President Biden took office, roughly 7 in 10 individuals apprehended at our border have been denied entry into the country. 7 out of 10. You wouldn't know that from the speeches given on the other side. Of course, there should be exceptions to the policy, humanitarian exceptions. Our nation has a moral obligation, a moral responsibility to provide refuge to families and unaccompanied children fleeing gang violence, natural disasters, paramilitary violence, and other crises. This is at the heart of our values as a nation. And under President Biden's leadership, our nation is no longer tearing babies away from mothers' arms. I just read a story in the newspaper yesterday about efforts that are being made in Guatemala and other countries, going deep into the forests and jungles to try to find families whose children were taken away from them by the policies of the previous administration. The lengths we're going to try to reunite them were totally unnecessary if they had just kept records of the families and children. But they tore these kids away from their mothers and had no plan at all to reunite them. President Biden also recognizes that just fixing the mess of Donald Trump is not enough. We need to provide a path to citizenship for dreamers and others who make our economy better every day and who help over the years to add to its growth. The vast majority of Americans agree with this. Democrats, Republicans, and independents. Tens of thousands of dreamers have been saving American lives during this pandemic as nurses and doctors and first responders. Tens of thousands more help the economy grow every day as teachers, engineers, business owners, entrepreneurs, essential workers. They even have volunteered for our military. They respect our country so much, though so many in the Senate do not respect them. These dreamers need to be provided a path to citizenship, as well as the farm workers who are toiling in sweltering heat right now at this moment in this terrible heat that we're witnessing across the country. They are out in the fields picking the crops that will be on our tables today, tomorrow, and beyond. We had a recent hearing on farm workers in the Senate Judiciary Committee. One of the Republican senators said, here we are talking about mass amnesty, giving these people an automatic path to citizenship. Automatic? Read the bill that passed the House of Representatives. Do you know what it takes to be eligible for citizenship as a farm worker under that bill? 19 years of backbreaking work in the fields. Automatic? 19 years of slaving away at jobs that Americans don't sign up for ever. And a possibility at the end of 19 years that they could be citizens. They should be given that chance. Every day these workers head out to the fields and do backbreaking labor, sometimes for 14 hours straight, just to put food on our tables. Giving these people a chance to become citizens is the right thing to do. It'll help our economy. The reforms in our immigration system could add $150 billion to spending power in our economy every year, and over the next 10 years boost our nation's GDP by $1.5 trillion. That's enough money to pay off every student loan in America just by doing the right thing for immigrants in our country. Providing these essential workers a path to citizenship puts more money in the pockets of every American. It'll create 400,000 new jobs, increase each American's annual wage by $600. These people, when they are given some clear picture of what their future will be, can plan it, can start making decisions that in the long haul make them better and our nation stronger. That's what it means to bring these immigrants into the sunlight and to give them a chance to be part of America. By nearly every measure, a path to citizenship is an investment in our nation's future. Last night, President Joe Biden agreed. It can't wait any longer. There's going to be a bill soon called reconciliation. In 2005, Senate Republicans used the budget reconciliation process to dramatically increase the number of green cards available to immigrants. During the Trump administration, Republicans used the budget reconciliation process to enact a $1.9 trillion tax cut for wealthy donors and corporate fat cats. And they tried to use it to repeal the Affordable Care Act. So there's ample precedent for passing important legislation through budget reconciliation. I've tried for many years to pass a citizenship program through regular order. Senate Republicans have obstructed bipartisan immigration reform time and again, filibustering the DREAM Act 5 times. In 20 years, I brought the DREAM Act to the floor 5 times and been stopped by the filibuster. They repeatedly blocked bipartisan comprehensive immigration reform, passing the Gang of Eight bill, but never returning to it. This year, I'm convinced bipartisan immigration negotiations are not going to lead us to where we need to be. Republicans made unreasonable demands in that process to limit the path to citizenship to a number that was dreamed up by President Trump as fair, 650,000. Sounds like a lot. 780,000 have already signed up for DACA. And that was after they'd closed new entries who are eligible under the law, under DACA, to make application. 650 was an effort that showed no real interest in solving the problem. That approach would exclude Dreamers who've been blocked from the program for years by President Trump. Republicans also wanted to attach partisan provisions to block innocent asylum seekers and to cut legal family immigration. For all these reasons, I believe the only viable option at this time for passing a path to citizenship is through reconciliation. The overwhelming majority of Americans support this pathway, many of whom have risked their lives to save Americans during the pandemic. This is a critical component of our economic recovery and rebuilding our communities. It cannot wait any longer. Madam President, I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Assistant Majority Leader. Without objection. Under the previous order, all post-cloture time has expired. Question is on the motion. Is there sufficient second? Appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker. Ms. Baldwin.
the senator from West Virginia. Is there objection? Without objection. The question is on the motion. The yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey. Okay, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, who? Who? What did you? I didn't. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven. Didn't get her. Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson. Collins. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, nope, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer. Okay. Thanks. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, thank you. Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blunt, Burr, Collins, Crapo, Graham, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Kelly, King, Manchin, Murkowski, Portman, Sinema, Smith, Tillis, and Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Cornyn, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Moran, Sass, Thune, and Tuberville. Mr. Cotton, no. Thank you so much. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Johnson, no.
Mr. President,
Senate Minority Leader?
are we in a quorum call?
Yes, we are.
I ask consent that further proceedings on the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I'm sorry to begin my remarks today with the third Senate eulogy for this week alone. Last evening, we received word that our former colleague from Michigan, Senator Carl Levin, passed away at the age of 87. Carl's fellow Michiganders elected and re-elected him 6 times. He was the longest-serving senator from Michigan ever. His home state liked what they had, and this passionate activist turned attorney turned public servant. His dutiful, diligent, and detail-oriented approach led Senator Levin to build expertise and win respect across a huge range of issues. The pinnacle of our colleague's career were his years atop the Senate Armed Services Committee. I certainly did not always reach the same conclusions that Carl did, but his independence, his genuine, humble curiosity, and his affection for the men and women who wear the uniform were impossible to dispute. He was earnest, he was solid, forthright, and devoted to the defense of our nation in ways that he thought best. I especially admired Carl's courage, consistent defense of the Senate filibuster and the unique structures that define this institution. He never let short-term political facts cloud his long-term judgment in that crucial area. I know all of our condolences go out to Barbara and the entire Levin family today, and to all senators, staff, and friends who will miss our colleague. Now, Mr. President, on a completely different matter, we learned yesterday that the last quarter, our GDP finally regained its pre-pandemic level. It's taken about a year of economic growth just to recover back to where we started. Obviously, we're still far below where our pre-COVID trajectory would have had us today. Before this 100-year pandemic, Republican policies had helped build the best economic moment for American workers in recent memory. Unemployment was at remarkable lows. Wages were on the rise. Pay was growing faster for workers toward the bottom of the income scale, actually faster than those at the top. That was then. This is now. For the last several months, a different philosophy has guided our recovery. Our Democratic friends believe in borrowing, spending, and taxing at dizzying rates. They want to engineer some kind of socialist recovery from the top down. So how's it going? Well, that GDP report that came out yesterday was actually a substantial miss. Our economy grew almost 25% slower than the experts had predicted. Another economic disappointment. Now remember, this new administration and this Democratic Congress were set up for success, unlike any other transition we'd seen in our lifetimes. They inherited not 1, not 2, but 3 safe and effective vaccines that were spreading around the country. They inherited an economy that was raring to come back thanks to 5 bipartisan rescue packages we passed last year. But instead of helping the American people get back to normal, Democrats decided they wanted to build back bloated. Build back bloated. They jammed through a massive $2 trillion so-called COVID package that only spent about 1% on vaccinations and less than 10% on public health. The rest went to a litany, a literal litany of inflationary liberal spending. Now American families are paying the price. Slower hiring than expected, slower growth than expected, a weaker comeback than expected. Their policies are sticking it to the middle-class families through higher prices at the grocery store at the gas pump, at the hardware store, at the car dealership, in the housing market, and practically everywhere else that matters to families. Employers large and small, down to Main Street shops and construction sites, are struggling to hire and turning down work because Democrats decided taxpayers should keep directly paying people to stay home. Our country is flooded with safe, effective, and free vaccines for anyone who wants one. But Democrats are still making small businesses bid against a special government handout that rewards, believe it or not working. Our bipartisan work last year left our country primed and ready for a comeback summer. But it's becoming clearer and clearer that Democrats in the Capitol and down Pennsylvania Avenue pursued economic policies that have fumbled the handoff. Now, in the days ahead, Democrats want to steamroll ahead with yet another reckless tax and spending spree, more unhinged borrowing, printing, and spending, more welfare spending with no, listen to this, no work requirements. Everything from amnesty to big chunks of the Green New Deal and historic tax hikes poured on top for good measure. This kind of reckless taxing and spending spree would make their last failed package look like a walk in the park. And the pain that families are already feeling would just be beginning. Now, on one final matter, the President has made an inexplicable choice in nominating David Chipman to head the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. This nominee has a long track record of open hostility to law-abiding American Second Amendment rights. He's a loud, proud, would-be gun grabber who has made it a personal mission to erode the Bill of Rights for the citizens of this country. This is an especially awful time to be taking aim at Americans' right to keep and bear arms. Remember, as the political left has sought to vilify and defund the police across our country, homicides have, of course, surged. Last year, a spike in the national murder rate was the steepest since, believe it or not, 1960. So as Democrats have made political war on the police, many citizens have started to think about self-protection. We've seen members of racial minority groups joining the parade of first-time gun owners in record numbers. But then Democrats don't like that either. Apparently the left neither wants strong police forces nor do they want Americans equipped for self-defense. So this nominee is unsuited enough for this job on policy merits, but somehow all this is just the tip of the iceberg of the concerns. Mr. Chipman also comes with distressing workplace reputation. Current and former ATF agents, once his colleagues, have described him as an activist and a bully. Those are direct quotes. By one account, his policy views are extreme and his demeanor unsettling. I understand that just this week, even graver concerns have surfaced. According to one report, multiple ATF sources say there exists an internal complaint over racial insensitivity comments allegedly made by the nominee in the workplace. So, Mr. President, I don't expect that a Democratic president would pick somebody to run the ATF that will have our side of the aisle popping corks. But this is another level altogether. Anyone who supports the Bill of Rights should oppose this nomination. There's no way this nominee is the best the Biden administration could do. That's just up the quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President, this has been a week. I've spoke earlier about the loss of my good friend, Senator Mike Enzi, as many other senators have, highly respected on both sides of the aisle. And yesterday, another good friend.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rarely come to the floor to directly respond to speeches given by my colleagues. I normally like to use the chamber to make my own arguments on their merits rather than to make arguments against specific colleagues. But yesterday, I listened to a speech by Senator Cruz of Texas. And it was one of the most dangerous speeches that I've ever heard given on the Senate floor, and it deserves a response. Now, I understand that Republicans don't want to talk about the economy. They don't want to talk about the fact that we've had more jobs added to the economy in the first 5 months of President Biden's term than any other first-term president. I know they don't want to talk about the rapid expansion of the economy that's happening. I understand Republicans don't want to talk about what we're debating on the Senate floor right now, which is the biggest bipartisan investment in infrastructure in the history of the country. And I also understand that the senator from Texas doesn't like the new guidance announced this week by the CDC. And he's not alone. From what I can tell, a lot of Republicans here are upset, as are a lot of non-political Americans. Nobody likes to wear a mask. Nobody likes that the new recommendation is that some Americans need to wear them again. I don't like wearing a mask. I hate it. My kids hate the masks more. But here's what the CDC said. The CDC's scientists have been carefully following this dramatic increase in cases that we've seen all across the country as the Delta variant spreads, even through vaccinated people. First, we can't ignore this, the fact that there's been this huge increase in cases. The national 7-day average is triple what it was from a month ago. We're averaging 40,000 new cases a day. This is a big problem, and it is overwhelming parts of our healthcare system. Now, I wish this weren't the case, but it requires us to think about adjusting policy. Second, the CDC is looking at this new evidence that indicates that even fully vaccinated individuals who become infected with the Delta variant can carry the virus and transmit it to others, even if they don't get sick. Now, this latest development is important because it allows the Delta variant, the more contagious variant, to spread faster. Early information from the CDC shows that the Delta variant is as contagious as the chickenpox, more contagious than earlier strains of COVID. And remember, not every American today is vaccinated. For instance, my youngest son is 9 years old. He can't get vaccinated. If the evidence suggests that I can transmit the virus to him, even if my vaccine prevents me from getting really sick, then that matters. Finally, with so many Americans still unvaccinated, the virus still has plenty of bodies in which to mutate. Right now, the good news is that we've got 3 authorized COVID-19 vaccines that are pretty effective against severe illness. But the worry is eventually the vaccine is going to mutate into a version of itself that is resistant to the current vaccines. And with so many Americans choosing to stay unvaccinated and evidence suggesting that vaccinated people who are infected with the Delta variant can transmit it to people who are unvaccinated, the CDC has concluded that right now we need to take additional steps to cut down on the pathways that the virus has to spread and keep mutating before it's too late and we have a virus that our vaccines don't work against at all. Now, what does the new guidance say? It recommends that fully vaccinated people wear a mask in public indoor settings in places in the country where there are a lot of cases. And since most young kids aren't vaccinated, the CDC is also recommending that when school opens, teachers and kids should wear masks. That's the argument that the CDC is making. That's the evidence upon which they have issued their new guidance. And it's perfectly legitimate to contest the CDC's decision or the reasons that they gave for making the decision. It is okay for anybody in this body to disagree with the conclusions that they reach. But that's not what Senator Cruz did yesterday. He didn't come to the floor and argue against the merits of the CDC's argument. No, in fact, not once during the speech, and I watched the whole speech, did he ever reference the actual reasons for the CDC's new guidance. Not once. In fact, he claimed that the CDC offered no explanation. At one point, after mischaracterizing the CDC's announcement, he asked rhetorically why the CDC changed the guidance. Who knows, he said. Anyone who listened to that speech, or frankly, many other speeches that are being given by Republicans all across Capitol Hill this week, would logically come to the conclusion that the CDC had offered not a single explanation for the new guidance. And then after creating the impression that the CDC didn't have any reasons for the new recommendation, the senator from Texas announced that he had discovered the reason. He said that the real reason the CDC changed their guidance was because the CDC is, quote, an arm of the Democratic National Committee, and that Democrats in Congress are, quote, faithful little foot soldiers of the CDC. He offered no explanation as to why it would benefit Democrats politically, or the DNC, or the CDC to recommend mask wearing. He just simply claimed that the CDC was a political puppet of the DNC, and the guidance was politically motivated. The closest he came to a more detailed explanation of this claim was when he talked about the school guidance. There, the senator from Texas claimed, without any evidence, that the only reason the CDC made this decision was because it was demanded by, quote, union bosses. And that, quote, the CDC said, ma'am, yes, ma'am, we will issue the order demanded by the union bosses. Mr. President, that's all made up. And the senator from Texas isn't the only Republican saying things like this. There are dozens of national Republicans making these same wild, unfounded allegations. The political agenda at the CDC that Republicans allege is a fiction. It's constructed out of thin air. And it's frankly an insult to the thousands of dedicated, non-political public health professionals at the CDC who just go to work every day trying to keep Americans safe. These aren't politicians. These are epidemiologists and scientists and doctors who've worked their entire lives trying to keep this country safe. I'm not saying they get it right every time. I've criticized many of the decisions made by the CDC during the pandemic. It's okay to criticize their decisions, but to claim that they are all corrupt, they're these politically controlled hacks, that's an outrage. And rhetoric like that is going to get people killed, because we are still in the middle of the epidemic. And what anti-CDC Republicans are doing through these attacks on our public health agencies is to intentionally undermine people's faith in the nation's preeminent public health institutions, right at the moment where we need people to believe in them. I'm not saying they should be immune from criticism, but criticism should be based on the science. Contest the new evidence the CDC says that requires people to wear masks again. But saying that the scientists are deliberately ignoring the science to effectuate some top secret political agenda, give me a break. And by the way, what political interest is served by recommending that people wear masks indoors again? People hate masks. There's only political downside to suggesting that people start wearing them again. It just belies plain old common sense to say that politics is behind new guidance. If the CDC was worried about politics, they certainly wouldn't be recommending anybody wear masks again. And by the way, that's all the CDC is doing. They're giving guidance. Over and over, and Republicans refer to this new guidance as an order, or as the senator from Texas said repeatedly, an edict. They know that's not true. They know that's not true. But Republicans want to scare you into believing that the federal government has more power than it does. The CDC doesn't require people to do anything. They issue recommendations. But that doesn't suit this narrative about socialist, statist Democrats secretly pulling the strings of their marionettes at the CDC. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Don't come to the Senate floor and make things up. Don't destroy people's reputations and careers with wild, unsubstantiated allegations about political motivations. The CDC doesn't get it right 100% of the time, but they don't have some secret political agenda. But the more people believe that they do, the less likely it is that people will follow their recommendations the 95% of the time that they do get it right. And that will guarantee that this virus never disappears. I understand, Mr. President, there's an element of the Republican Party that just wants to destroy all government institutions, that is seeking to discredit any effort by any public agency to do good in this country. In normal times, I would argue that that is dangerous. But in the middle of a pandemic, it's deadly. And Republicans of conscience should come to this floor and start telling the truth. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Florida.
Mr. President, after weeks like this, I find it hard to explain to Floridians back home how Congress is actually working on behalf of their families. I think it's safe to say that every member of the Senate believes we should be investing in infrastructure. For me, it's pretty simple. I believe we should invest in real infrastructure, roads, bridges, airports, and seaports. As governor of Florida, I did just that. Over my 8 years as governor, Florida invested $85 billion in real infrastructure across our state. And we did it while cutting taxes and fees 100 times and paying off a third of our state debt. In other words, we paid for these big investments in infrastructure by growing our economy and supporting job creation. That's what's important to Floridians, and I am immensely proud of our accomplishments. So I support doing the exact same thing at the federal level. But what we are doing here just doesn't make any sense. No one in the world does business happen like it does here in the United States Congress. We started this week with ongoing negotiations about a big infrastructure deal. Of course, outside of the small group involved in these negotiations, no one here had any clue what was actually being debated. We had no text, we had no real information on how much was being spent, and we certainly had no idea how this was all supposed to be paid for. Then on Wednesday, we got the big news. A deal had been reached. Well, that might be great, but we still had no real details. We still don't have the text of the bill. Now, the majority leader expects us to start voting on amendments and maybe even this whole package this weekend. This is insanity. Nowhere in the world would this be the process. We're expecting to make a decision on spending $1.2 trillion of American taxpayer dollars, and no one in the U.S. Senate has had the chance to even read the bill. Typically, the Congressional Budget Office would score a bill like this before the Senate considers it. That score gives us important information about the true cost and financial impact of the negotiation on the federal government, on the legislation on the federal government and the American people. Of course, that's not the case with this bill. The CBO hasn't had the chance to review it at all. Do you think any company would sign off on a massive expense without all the details? Would a family make a huge purchase without knowing exactly what it's for? Of course not. But that's how things work here in Congress, and that's not right. This is exactly why I ran for the U.S. Senate, to make Washington work for Florida families and stop this madness of reckless spending and backroom deals that don't deliver and aren't paid for. Speaking of paid fors, well, they just don't exist in this bill. This is how backward and awful Washington is. People up here think they can just make big, empty promises and sell it to the American people. They think families will just buy whatever they are selling, no questions asked. No, it's time for some accountability. My friend from Indiana, Senator Braun, recently did a great job of laying out the claims and facts of the so-called pay-fors in this bill. So I'm going to borrow from him a bit to show what's really going on here. Here are just a few of the most ridiculous examples. First, half of this bill is supposedly paid for with $550 billion from the Highway Trust Fund. That fund is $100 billion in the red. The money isn't there, so that's not real. The bill also proposes to use billions of repurposed COVID relief funding. I'm all for repurposing this money, but we borrowed it to begin with. So this is robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's not like it's free money. I also want to use $49 billion in savings for delaying a Medicare Part D rebate rule, and another $9 million paid for another year of mandatory sequester. Why would we cut Medicare to pay for roads? The 4.6 million seniors in Florida deserve better. Any savings in the Medicare program should stay in the Medicare program. Let's all remember, the Medicare Trust Fund is actually heading towards bankruptcy. And of course, there are a handful of other fee increases thrown in there with lofty and unrealistic revenue estimates that they will claim will get us fully paying for this $1.2 trillion package. What they won't say is that these fees will almost certainly increase the cost of everyday goods and make it more expensive to get a mortgage and afford a home. There is no shame in Washington, just greed. Everyone wants so badly to say that they've given you something, but they always forget to mention the cost and that you actually have to pay for it. The cost is important. I've said it a million times, and I'll say it again. Reckless government spending causes higher inflation. It's a proven fact. And we're seeing the consequences of reckless spending on inflation across America right now. 87% of Americans are worried about inflation. Low and fixed income families are having to cut back on purchases because of rising costs. I'm hearing from families across Florida who are worried. A father of 3 in Jacksonville who is temporarily helping take care of 2 other kids because their father is out of work. He has started working a second job driving Uber just to pay for groceries that are rapidly increasing in price. Now his Uber job is becoming less and less profitable because of the rising price of gas. Gas is up over 50% in 1 year. A family in Fort Wachula said that she used to be able to go to the grocery store and spend a certain amount for an entire month's groceries. Now she can't. $200 in meat is no longer enough to feed her family of 5. She's been forced to choose between gas to get to work and groceries for her family, and is picking up extra jobs just to make ends meet. I can relate to this. I grew up in a poor family. My mom would take in ironing for extra money. She would give either my older brother or me the exact change to go to the grocery store, but she said you have to check the price of everything because things are going up in price, and if we don't have enough money, you cannot buy it. A restaurant owner in Tampa told me the cost of meat has gone up from $9 a pound to $18. Gas prices, food prices, coupled with the struggle to find workers, have been very hard on his business. Another family in Kissimmee told me how hard it is to keep food on the table because everything is so expensive. They're having trouble keeping their car because of the cost of maintenance and gas. But if he doesn't have a car, he wouldn't have a way to get to work to take care of his family. The price of gas affects nearly everyone, and right now, average gas prices are up nearly $1 since last year. For a family that fills up their gas tank once a week, if they drive a car, that means Joe Biden raised their expenses $600 a year. If they drive a truck, Joe Biden raised their prices by $1,000 a year. So next time you hear a big promise, remember these stories. These are real people bearing the real cost of the Democrats' reckless spending in Washington. Biden and the Democrats say they care about people, but they have done absolutely nothing to help families struggle to keep up with inflation. Their plan is to spend more money, not less. We have nearly $30 trillion in debt, and there are no plans to slow down. And that's exactly what we're seeing in this bill. We can't forget this is just the start. Chuck Schumer said on the floor yesterday, this is just part 1 and leads to Biden and the Democrats' big $5.5 trillion tax and spending spree on their liberal priorities. These 2 bills are together. They're welded together. There's no separating them. Right now, the message that President Biden and the Democrats here in Washington are sending to the American people is clear. They don't care about inflation. They don't care that reckless spending is causing prices to skyrocket. If that's the cost of getting their liberal wish list, so be it. They aren't focused on inflation or spending, just on more government dependency and control. Just look at what's happening this week with new COVID masks and vaccine mandates. I had COVID and I got the vaccine. I think people should get vaccinated. But that's not what this is about. It's not about taking a measured approach and following the science and telling exactly how they came to the conclusion. It's about creating fear and chaos to grab power and control you. I'm here to say that enough is enough. It's time to wake up to reality. It's time for every fiscally responsible member of the Senate to join me to say we don't accept status quo. We won't watch in silence while the futures of our children and our grandchildren are mortgaged and this nation is driven deeper in debt with reckless and wasteful spending. We won't stand by while inflation wreaks havoc on our families and businesses. We can get spending under control, but we have to start accepting responsibility, and the time to do that is now. This isn't political, it's good government, and it's common sense. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, for almost 20 years, the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service, known as USCIS, has been charged with defending America's status as the land of opportunity. The agency has nearly 20,000 employees. They operate in 220 offices around the world, where they provide assistance to immigrants seeking a new life in America and help protect America from any foreign threat. But after 4 years of neglect and mismanagement under the Trump administration, USCIS is in dire need of leadership. Today, the Senate has an opportunity to provide that agency with that leadership by confirming Or Jadoo as USCIS Director. Ms. Jadoo may be the most qualified person ever to be nominated for this job. She has nearly 20 years' experience in immigration law, policy, and administration. She's a daughter of immigrants from Mexico and Iraq. She personally understands the importance of ensuring our nation's immigration system is both accessible and safe. And if confirmed, Ms. Jadoo would make history as the very first woman to lead USCIS. Let me tell you a little bit about her background. Ms. Jadoo began her career working on immigration policy and oversight for 9 years in the House of Representatives. She worked for my friend and former colleague Zoe Lofgren, California, who is the authoritative voice on immigration in the House of Representatives. Following that role, Ms. Jadoo served as senior official in the State Department and then as chief counsel at USCIS. As the agency's highest-ranking legal officer, Ms. Jadoo not only sharpened her mastery of immigration law, she also gained valuable experience navigating USCIS administrative complexities and operations. As chief counsel at this agency, she managed more than 200 attorneys who support the work of tens of thousands of USCIS employees that are located in offices around the world. And Ms. Jadoo's extensive background with USCIS is exactly what we need at this moment. As I mentioned, the Trump administration led a deliberate effort to undermine this agency's work. You remember, anything relating to immigration, the Trump administration tried to create a problem. For instance, when the former President Trump took office, USCIS had approximately $800 million in cash reserves. Not bad. 4 years later, those cash reserves had been virtually depleted and putting thousands of federal employees at the agency at risk of being furloughed in the middle of a pandemic. These federal employees deserve leadership that advocates for their interest and supports their work. Ms. Jadoo is that person. In fact, the union that represents over 13,000 USCIS employees published a letter in support of her nomination, writing, and I quote, "Ms. Jadoo is well acquainted with the significant financial and operational challenges facing the agency." U.S. Chamber of Commerce sent a letter in support of her nomination as well. And they wrote, "Ms. Jadoo's knowledge and experience would be indispensable in providing the critical leadership needed to stabilize the agency." Leaders inside government and outside government recognize that Ms. Jadoo is the legal expert our nation needs to take the reins of this vital agency. Given the urgent need for Senate-confirmed leadership to address the critical issues they face, as well as Ms. Jadoo's eminent qualification for that position, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting her nomination. Mr. President, I'd like to say a word in response to the speech just given by the senator from Florida, junior senator from Florida. there's something called the American Rescue Plan that President Joe Biden brought before Congress. The American Rescue Plan was his first offering. We'd done things before in light of the pandemic. I remember them well. It was March of 2020. We had the American CARES Act. The American CARES Act was virtually a unanimous bipartisan support of a policy that was written by President Trump as well as members of Congress. We stood together, and I'm glad we did, because we were going into a pandemic the likes of which America has not seen for 100 years. It was a dramatic investment in people, in resources, in businesses to keep America safe through that pandemic, and it worked. At the end of the year of 2020, we had another bill. This bill was about $900 billion to once again help and deal with unemployment compensation, loans for businesses, help for families, ways to help schools reopen. And we voted again, unanimously, virtually unanimously, on a bipartisan basis. So in the Trump administration, when it came to coming together as a nation, Democrats stood with Republicans. Democrats even stood with a Republican president for the good of the nation. I was proud of what we did. I can't imagine what America would have been like without it. Then came the election. All bets were off. Everything changed. After the election and the big lie, where President Trump raced around the country, still does, claiming that he truly won the election and having no proof or evidence to that fact, we noticed a souring of this bipartisanship when it came to dealing with the pandemic. And then came the American Rescue Plan by President Biden, the new president, who wanted to address issues that still were troubling America in light of the pandemic. What happened then when we called the American Rescue Plan? Where was the bipartisanship that we'd seen during the Trump years? Completely gone. Not one single Republican senator, including the senator from Florida, was willing to stand up and vote for Joe Biden's American Rescue Plan. Not one member of the Republican Party in the House of Representatives. So what was it that was in the American Rescue Plan that was so objectionable that not a single Republican would vote for it? Well, there were some ideas that turned out to be vital. One of them was to put enough money into the Biden administration so that these life-saving vaccines could be distributed around the United States of America, and people could finally get a shot in the arm and save their lives by it. That was one of the things the Republicans weren't willing to vote for. But it wasn't the only one. We proceeded to give loans to businesses again so that they could open up and rehire their employees. Not a single Republican would vote to support that. And we had $1,400 being sent to each and every family in America, a promise made by President Trump, kept by President Biden, and not a single Republican would vote to support that as well. When you go through the list of things that we did in the American Rescue Plan, they were valuable. One of them was a tax cut for families with children, a tax cut which started just a couple weeks ago. Tax cuts used to be the war cry of the Republican Party. But when it came to tax cuts for children, not a single Republican senator would vote for it. Not one. And now they come and they argue this Joe Biden's plan just isn't working. Well, I'll tell you what is working. We have about 50 or 60% of Americans vaccinated with at least one shot at this point. I hope we have more so we can put this pandemic behind us. And we've done it because we had a plan to distribute this vaccine across America and still do. That was something America needed, and not a single Republican senator would vote for it, not one. I can't understand their thinking on this. They have lots of criticism about President Biden, but when it came to the parts of his program that really made a difference when America needed it, not a single one of them would join us. Wouldn't it be good to get back to bipartisanship, such as the bill that we're going to be debating on the floor? The bipartisan infrastructure bill, which the senator from Florida does not support, he said. This notion of bipartisanship appears to be very troubling and difficult for many of my Republican colleagues. But we have a chance here because 16 Republicans the night before last cast a vote in favor of moving forward to really have an opportunity to do something significant for this country and its economy. An investment in infrastructure is an investment in the future of this country. And I hope that the Republicans will join us to see this completed in the next few days so we can move on to other considerations of elements that might be good in this recovery. But we need their help. And to have Republican senators come to the floor, refuse to vote for the American Rescue Plan, and criticize even this bipartisan effort is a suggestion that they didn't get the message. America's looking for us to cooperate, come together, to solve problems, not just to create political headlines. We'll have a chance, and I hope we do soon, to vote for this bill. I think it's an important bill. It's going to revitalize this country and keep this economy on the move. I yield the floor. Before I do yield the floor, Mr. President, I ask consent that all remaining time be yielded back.
Without objection. Questions on the nomination?
Ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, not yet, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, don't worry about it, not bad. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Brown, Durbin, Hickenlooper, Lujan, Murphy, Schatz, Sinema, Warner, the White House. Senators voting in the negative: Cornyn, Hawley, Scott of Florida, and Young. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Blunt, no. Mr. Tester, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Portman, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Romney, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Runo, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Shelby, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Yep. Mr. McConnell? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 34, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. Senator from Michigan?
Mr. President, I believe, are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today I stand here with colleagues, my partner, Senator Peters, and of course, Senator Reid and other colleagues to pay tribute to an incredible leader and my dear friend who dedicated his life to serving the people of his beloved state of Michigan and this nation. Senator Carl Levin. Senator Carl Levin was many things, a crusader for truth and justice, in the real sense of the word. a man of strong convictions, a mentor to so many of us. He was a senator's senator and a tireless advocate every day, for the people of Michigan. He was also my friend. And it was truly an honor of a lifetime for me to represent Michigan alongside Carl Levin for 14 years of his 36 years that he served in the Senate. 36 years is a long time, but Senator Levin remained effective and at the same time humble right up until the final day he served. That's because integrity never goes out of style. And Senator Carl Levin never wavered in his dedication to do what was right for the people of Michigan and our country. Perhaps he will be remembered most, although there's so many things, for his incredible leadership on the Armed Services Committee. Patriotism was a lot more than a flag pin or a pledge to Carl Levin. He understood more than anybody what it takes to defend our nation. Perhaps no one has done more to ensure that our men and women in uniform are battle ready with the supplies and technology that they need and the fair pay and benefits they have earned. In fact, Senator Levin worked so hard on behalf of our military that he received the Department of Defense Medal for Distinguished Public Service. There's a suite of offices at the Pentagon named after him, and there's a naval destroyer currently being built in Maine that will proudly bear his name, the USS Carl M. Levin. It was so inspiring to be with him during the naming ceremony in Detroit back in 2016. It's fitting that he should be honored in this way because Carl Levin always believed that our government could be a force for good. This belief was passed down to him from his parents, who saw firsthand how the New Deal rescued families from desperate poverty. A young Carl Levin admired Harry S. Truman, especially Senator Truman, who drove cross-country investigating defense contractors who were committing fraud and wasting billions of dollars. I think Truman himself would have been incredibly impressed with Carl's leadership of the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations. A former civil rights attorney, Carl Levin relished the chance to cross-examine those he suspected of ripping off taxpayers and the public. His committee room was never a literal trial by fire, but he certainly turned up the heat on unscrupulous executives, special interests, or anybody who tried to get rich at the expense of everyday Americans. Those executives were sweating because they knew that Senator Levin had done his homework. He'd dig so deep, he'd know more about what they were going to say than they would. Carl Levin could topple a tycoon with nothing more than a stack of subpoenaed documents, and we saw him do it. In 2007, he shined a light on abusive practices by credit card companies, leading to laws that required more transparency. Even today, your credit card statement contains more disclosures, more information, thanks to Senator Carl Levin. His fellow Michiganders got to see a kinder, gentler side of Carl as well, and I know we did as colleagues. And I'll never forget how his eyes sparkled when he smiled, with his glasses down at the end of his nose. His heart was always in Detroit, where he was born and raised and lived his entire life. Meanwhile, his soul was nourished by the tranquility he found in beautiful northern Michigan and the Upper Peninsula, especially Isle Royale. Carl helped Detroit make one of the most spectacular comebacks in American history. And everywhere you look, you can see evidence of his hard work. The Levin Center at Wayne State Law teaches future attorneys and business leaders and lawmakers and public servants how legislative oversight can be a tool for change and a force for good. He led the way on getting federal funding for Detroit's beautiful International Riverwalk, which today features 3 miles of parks, nature areas, and breathtaking waterfront views. In the midst of the Great Recession, we worked together closely to rescue our American auto industry, which for years had been battered by the forces of globalization. Carl Levin understood that manufacturing is the backbone of our state's economy and that our country needs to make things in order to have an economy. As a member of the Small Business Committee, Carl also understood the importance of small business. And in fact, in getting dressed today, I was looking at what I could wear that would symbolize Detroit, and I picked out a necklace that reminds me of what motivated Carl in Detroit with small businesses. Amy Peterson is a Detroit entrepreneur who wanted to empower women who have employment barriers, and Senator Peters and I have both visited her shop. So in 2013, she created Rebel Nell jewelry out of graffiti that had fallen off of walls and sides of buildings. Today, she's incredibly successful, and she's empowering and employing women throughout the Detroit area. Carl loved efforts like that, championing small businesses, folks that wanted to, one after the other, have an idea and get it going. Carl also understood that our landscapes, our soil, our water are part of our Michigan way of life. That's why he pushed for years to have land at Sleeping Bear Dunes protected as wilderness, our beautiful dunes. Senator Levin fought for the National Marine Sanctuary at Thunder Bay in Alpena and for the creation of the Keweenaw National Historic Park. And it was an honor partnering with him in every single fight to protect our Great Lakes. I could stand here for hours listing Senator Carl Levin's accomplishments, but they still only are a small testament to his character. His compassion, his humor, his strength of convictions. President Truman once said, make no little plans. Make no little plans. Make the biggest one you can think of and spend the rest of your life trying to carry it out. Senator Carl Levin lived those words every day. He wanted to make our state and our country the best it can be. And he spent his life doing everything he could to make that happen. I wish his beloved wife and life partner, Barbara, his brother and best friend, Sandy, his nephew and our colleague, Andy Levin, his wonderful daughters, Kate, Laura, and Erica, his grandchildren, all of the family, my deepest condolences and profound gratitude for your willingness to share this great man with all of us. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Michigan.
Madam President, I rise today to honor the memory of a true lion of the United States Senate, Michigan Senator Carl Levin. Yesterday, Carl passed away at the age of 87, surrounded by his loving family. Carl was well known as a fierce advocate for Michigan and a force of nature in the Senate, but the most important thing in the world to him was his family. He cherished his role as a brother, husband, father, uncle, and grandfather, and I know his family and his loved ones are all reeling from this enormous loss. I, along with folks all across the state of Michigan, are praying for them during this very difficult time. Over his 36 years of service in the Senate, the most ever for a Michigan senator, Carl made an immeasurable impact. He served as the chairman of not just one, but two extremely powerful committees. He was simultaneously a zealous, progressive voice in the Senate and one of its most bipartisan members, able to forge strong relationships with his Republican colleagues and find pragmatic compromise to get results. I remember when Carl was first elected to the United States Senate, making a very impressive leap from the Detroit City Council to a statewide office. I was in college at the time, and over the years, I closely followed his service and his career in politics. He was someone that I looked up to and came to know as both a role model and as a mentor. He was always gracious with his time and his wisdom, and I cherish the conversations that we had over the years. From my time years ago serving in the Michigan State Senate to my time in the U.S. House of Representatives. When Carl announced he would be retiring in 2014, I sought out his guidance and his blessing to run to fill his seat. As the campaign progressed, he gave me his endorsement and his full-throated support. I was both honored and humbled. When I was sworn into my first term in the Senate, Carl presented me with an old map of Michigan and a handwritten note. It hangs in my front office to this day, and every time that I walk through the door, I'm reminded of Carl, of his service and his integrity. Carl was a unique figure on Capitol Hill. He had no interest in the trappings of power. He saw service as its own reward, and he could be certainly a little disheveled in his appearance. He was very frugal. He wore inexpensive suits, and his loving wife, Barbara, would routinely sew up the holes in his pockets so that he'd get just a few more years out of those suits. Legend has it he once noticed a mustard stain on his shirt, and he painted over it with whiteout so that he could get right back to work. His glasses were always kept precariously perched on the end of his nose, and he would fix you with a piercing gaze over those rims. And despite his small stature, he was often an incredibly intimidating figure, largely due to that gaze, his intellect, and his incredible work ethic. Nowhere were those traits more apparent than his role leading the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, also known as PSI. When Carl held the gavel, getting a letter or a phone call from his investigative staff struck fear into some of the most powerful and most corrupt figures in America. In fact, folks in Washington would quip that under Carl's leadership, the letters PSI had a completely different meaning to many people. They stood for, quote, pretty scary investigations. Carl used his chairmanship on PSI to stand up for everyday folks, the Michiganders and the Americans who are working hard every day to pay the bills and are playing by the rules. He was furious when there were people who took advantage of hardworking Americans. And there were companies who were making millions and even billions of dollars cheating on their taxes and hurting average taxpayers. Over the course of his tenure as chair, he took on the corrupt, the wrongdoers, and the bullies who no one else wanted to stand up to, including the major corporate banks, the mob, and even ruthless dictators. He brought a studious focus to his work, reviewing thousands and even sometimes tens of thousands of pages of documents so that he would know every single detail in that investigation. His investigative staff recounted that when he was preparing for a flight to Hong Kong, he asked for a binder full of documents related to the latest investigation to review on the plane. His staff put together 1,500 pages of documents for him to read on that flight. When he landed in Hong Kong, he called and asked his staff to send the next batch. he'd already made his way through those 1,500 pages, and he wanted to see more. In every investigation, he was tough, but scrupulously fair. He was disciplined, laser-focused on addressing injustices, and he was dedicated to seeing a fight through to the end, even if it took years. Over the years, he tackled money laundering, abusive offshore tax shelters, and executives and bankers who cooked the books, dodged taxes, and cost workers their savings, their pensions, and health care. One of his greatest legacies at PSI was his work to hold bad actors in the federal sector accountable for their abuses. In fact, after seeing unfair charges on his own credit card and hearing similar stories from his constituents, he launched an investigation into predatory credit practices, including charging interest on debt that was already paid, hiking interest rates even when bills were paid on time, and manipulating charges to try to secure additional fees. After a series of tough oversight hearings and a legislative process that spanned years, Carl's work became the central part of the Credit Card Act of 2009, which prohibited abusive credit card practices and helped more than 100 million Americans. He even cast his 11,000th vote during the process of getting that bill passed. Whether he was taking on Enron or Goldman Sachs or exposing the corruption of Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet, Carl was focused on holding the bad guys accountable and protecting the American people from their misconduct. And despite serving at a time when Congress was growing increasingly partisan, he managed to bridge the divide. His staunchest conservative colleagues knew that if Carl gave them his word, you could count on it 100%. Whether he was working with Senator Coburn or Senator Collins, Carl was able to cooperatively work with his Republican colleagues, setting an iconic example for how to conduct bipartisan oversight that my own committee staff today still strives to follow. Carl carried that same bipartisan principle to his role as chairman of the Armed Services Committee, a role that he served in for 18 years. Whether he was working alongside the late Senator John Warner or the late Senator John McCain, Carl found bipartisan, common-sense ways to support our nation's service members, combat waste and fraud within the Department of Defense, and work tirelessly to strengthen national security and to keep our nation safe. Even though Carl took on such high-profile, nationally important roles, he never forgot his roots and the lessons he learned about listening to your community during his time as a Detroit City Councilman. He was a powerful advocate for all of Michigan, but especially for his hometown of Detroit. I distinctly remember his determination as our Michigan congressional delegation fought to rescue Michigan's auto industry when it was on the brink of total collapse. As our senior senator at the time, Carl led our delegation with quiet but steady resolve. At a time when so much was on the line for Michigan, Carl helped fight for General Motors and Chrysler, which was headquartered in my district, and to save the jobs of Michigan auto workers and everyone who depended on them. Carl was a champion for Michigan's auto industry and a true believer in the Motor City's ability to lead in vehicle innovation. He was such a believer in the future of Detroit's auto industry that he even bought one of Chevrolet's first electric vehicles, the Chevy Volt. As a former taxi driver in his youth, Carl loved driving himself around, even if his erratic and aggressive driving style startled and sometimes scared his staff. And although Carl was ready to put his own money behind the future of Detroit, Capitol Hill wasn't quite so ready for electric vehicles. Without readily accessible charging stations on the Hill, Carl actually ran an extension cord out of his window of his Russell office building to recharge his car's battery. He also fought relentlessly to build public transportation in Detroit. He had a vision of light rail that would transport people through downtown Detroit. And when he believed in something, he wouldn't take no for an answer, even when the administration of his own party rejected requests to fund the Detroit Rail project. I recall vividly a meeting between Carl, the Detroit representatives, and Transportation Secretary LaHood. And in classic Carl Levin style, he peered over the rims of his glasses, held a fistful of papers, and shook them at the Secretary's direction as he railed about how we had angels in Detroit who were willing to invest in this project, but we need the public sector to support it to get across the finish line. His arguments were persuasive, and today you can ride the Q line down Woodward Avenue in downtown Detroit because Carl Levin was so determined to make it a reality. President Barack Obama captured Carl's legacy perfectly when he said upon Carl's retirement that, quote, "If you've ever worn a uniform, worked a shift on the assembly line, or sacrificed to make ends meet, you had a voice and a vote in Senator Carl Levin." But perhaps Carl's greatest legacy is the example he set for all of us. Carl's colleagues, his staff, his constituents all agree that one of his most powerful traits was his integrity. He had strong values and a moral compass that always pointed north. Even years after he retired, as I traveled around Michigan, folks still tell me how much they respected Carl. They knew that even if they didn't agree with him, he was thoughtful, he was considerate. And they would tell me that while they may not always agree with Carl's votes, they respected his decision-making, and they trusted what he was doing and thought was best for Michigan and the country. Those same principles inspired such strong loyalty in his staff that he became known for having staff members who worked for him for decades. Carl's fearlessness, thoughtfulness, and independence marked the epitome of what it means to be a public servant. He followed his conscience, and he always fought to do what was best for his home state and for his country. Carl's principled leadership, his dedication to finding common ground, his relentless pursuit of the truth, his constant focus on ensuring our country works for every American should serve as a model for all of us. I'm forever grateful to Carl for his leadership, his mentorship, and for his example. I will always remember the advice he gave me on election night after I was declared the winner. He pulled me aside and said, "Just remember, Gary, in the Senate there will be people who will try to pull you in all sorts of directions. But never forget where you came from, never forget who you are, and always work to bring people together despite the partisanship and polarization around you." We live in tough times, but he reminded me that people back home in Michigan are expecting me to get things done and deliver results. It's advice that guides me every day. Carl truly represented the best of public service. He did his homework and knew the issues inside and out. He focused on doing what was right for Michigan and for our country. He never had an alternative agenda. He didn't chase front-page headlines or the cameras. He had no desire to be a political celebrity. He just wanted to get things done. Carl's light in this world will be sorely missed, but the best thing we can do to honor his memory is to live by the same principles, integrity and kindness that drove his leadership and public service for 5 decades. Carl loved doing his job, and he did it with boundless energy. Whether it was greeting his constituents on the street or taking some of the toughest issues in Washington, everyone was always trying to keep up with Carl. If we could all bring just a fraction of his dedication, his integrity, and his intellect to our own roles, Washington would surely be a much better place. May his memory be a blessing. Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Madam President, first let me thank Senator Stabenow and Senator Peters for bringing us together to recognize an extraordinary gentleman, an extraordinary friend, and for me, an extraordinary mentor, Senator Carl Levin. I want to begin by offering my deepest sympathies to Carl's family.
to his final days. So, Barbara, we're thinking about you. We are holding you and your family in the light, and we're doing so of such appreciation of the life and work of Carl Levin. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Madam President, I of course join my colleagues in their fond words for Carl Levin. He was a mentor to me like so many, and I'm looking forward to speaking about him as well as my good friend Senator Enzi, who we also tragically lost this past week in the coming days. But today I am focused on another topic, and that is the Olympics. I rise today to congratulate and honor Minnesota's own Sunisa Lee, who won the gold medal in the women's all-around gymnastics event at the 2020 Olympics in Tokyo. I got up, like many Minnesotans, at 5 in the morning to watch this live, and it was a sight to behold. Suni hails from St. Paul, the youngest member of the U.S. women's gymnastic team. At just 18, she has been competing on the national and international stages since 2015. She is now officially the best women's gymnast in the world. Suni Lee's journey is a remarkable one. She faced incredible challenges to compete on the world stage, including training through the coronavirus pandemic, breaking her foot, and sadly experiencing tragedies within her family when she lost 2 relatives to COVID and when a 2019 accident left her father paralyzed. On Thursday, July 29, 2021, she led the American team's quest for gold in the women's all-around gymnastics event after the legendary Simone Biles withdrew. But Simone Biles stayed and was there for her teammates and was there in the stands. But with the pressure of the world upon her, with Suni Lee, who never thought she'd be leading that team, who never thought that this honor would be hers, gave the performance of her life. Suni's difficult and daring uneven bars routine sealed her victory. The routine set a 6.8 difficulty mark and earned a score of 15.3, tied for the highest score by any gymnast in the competition. She defended the American title in the women's all-around gymnastics event, marking the 5th consecutive Olympic win for an American. She also contributed to the U.S. women's gymnastics team's silver medal performance in the team competition. She is a team player and a role model for young men and women around the nation. Suni's entire family contributed to her success, and for many of us who watch, we saw them all in that room cheering her on. Her family, back in time, fled terror and violence in their native country of Laos to create a better life for their children. Her father, John Lee, built Suni a wooden balance beam in their backyard when she was a child because they could not afford to buy one. As she said after her championship performance, "We both worked for this. My father sacrificed everything to put me in gymnastics." Suni Lee represented the best of America on the world stage. Minnesota, as my colleague Tina Smith will share with you soon, is home to more than 81,000 Hmong Americans, the largest urban concentration in the United States. Suni's family, like many, arrived in America in the aftermath of the Vietnam War, seeking a better life. Suni is the first Hmong American to make the U.S. Olympic team and the first to win an Olympic gold medal. She is the first Asian American to win the women's all-around gymnastics competition. Her accomplishments represent the resiliency of her community and are an inspiration to Hmong Americans and all of us. They also represent her own personal resilience to be able to shine in that moment with such grace under pressure. Truly, she has captured the hearts of Minnesotans and people around the world. Madam President, Suni Lee's win is a remarkable achievement. I am pleased to take this opportunity to congratulate her, her coach, Jess Graba, her parents, John Lee and Yang Tao, and her entire extended family. I wish her continued success throughout her gymnastics career and beyond, and we can't wait to welcome her home. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Minnesota.
I'm just delighted to be here today on the floor of the United States Senate with my colleague, Senator Klobuchar, to offer my heartfelt congratulations to Sunisa Lee of St. Paul, Minnesota, who won Olympic gold in the individual all-around event women's gymnastics in Tokyo this week. Suni gave a historic performance while under immense personal pressure and under the difficult circumstances that have defined the 2021 Olympic Games. But she stepped up and she gave an astounding performance to bring home gold, continuing the American tradition of excellence in women's gymnastics. Her routine on the uneven bars, as Senator Klobuchar said, one of the most difficult ever attempted in women's gymnastics, was just stunning. On her way to Olympic gold, Suni faced really tremendous obstacles. After beginning her gymnastics training at age 6, Suni showed incredible dedication, focus, and drive to reach the elite levels of her sport, despite injuries and personal challenges. In 2019, her father was paralyzed in an accident, but continued supporting his daughter's gymnastics career. And while continuing her training during the coronavirus pandemic, Suni suffered a broken foot and an Achilles tendon injury and the tragic loss of her aunt and uncle to coronavirus. While pandemic precautions meant there were no spectators to cheer her on in Tokyo, Suni's family, friends, community members, and gymnastics fans all over the country got together to cheer her on from afar, with watch parties held in her honor. The videos of these gatherings showed the incredible shared joy and pride in her incredible accomplishment, and I'm sure that she could feel all that love and support as she competed in Tokyo. Not only is Suni the youngest member of the U.S. Women's Olympic Gymnastics team, but she is also the first Hmong American on the U.S. Olympics team, and now is the first Asian American to be the Olympic women's all-around champion. Her leadership and sportsmanship are an inspiration, and Minnesota is so proud to call her one of our own. In fact, Minnesota's Governor Tim Walz and St. Paul Mayor Melvin Carter have announced that today, Friday, July 30th, 2021, is Sunisa Lee Day. Amy, it's too bad that we can't be to help them celebrate in St. Paul. I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate those who contributed to Suni's victory: her parents, John Lee and Yang Thu, her coach, Jess Graba, and her coach, Jess Graba. After Suni won her gold, she reminded us all that no one achieves success alone. As she said, and I quote, "This is my family's medal, my medal, and my coach's medal. Madam President, in this moment, I also would like to take an opportunity to acknowledge the awe-inspiring leadership of Simone Biles. Her choice to withdraw from the all-around event in order to protect her health and safety was courageous and is an important reminder that mental health is an essential part of our overall well-being. In addition to being the greatest of all time, Simone's powerful advocacy and her unwavering support for SUNY and the rest of her team shows that she is also a great team player and an activist. Every Olympic medal represents untold hours of hard work and struggle and resilience, and SUNY Lee's all-around gold is no exception. So congratulations to SUNY. We are all so proud of you. Thank you for your courage, your dedication, and your inspiration to all of us everywhere in this country. Thank you, Madam President, and I yield the floor.
Thanks. Madam President.
The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam President. With the presiding officer's help and the help of 48 others in this body, we provided back in March in an amendment, and then in final passage, we provided the biggest tax cut, largest tax cut for working families ever. It's called the Child Tax Credit. It's been several years in the making. We didn't make much progress the last 4 years, but an election of a new president, coupled with a new United States Senate, has made all the difference in the world. In my state, 2.4 million children are eligible. In 2.1 million of those, I'll get to that in a moment, we haven't reached everybody yet. 2.1 million children last week in the mail, in their mailbox, or in direct deposit in their parents' bank accounts. 2.1 million children were the beneficiaries of either $250 or $300 last week. So every month, July 15th, coming up August 15th, September 15th, October 15th, children from 0 to 5 will get, their parents will get $300 each of those months. If their children are 6 to 17, those families will get $250 per child. Almost every child, 92% of children in Ohio, roughly the same, 9 out of 10 in the state of Wisconsin, the presiding officer's state, will be getting their families will be getting these checks in the mail. In a sort of a macro big way, we know this does a number of things. First of all, it drops the poverty rate among America's children by almost 50%. Imagine that one bill we do drops the poverty rate among children in this country by 50%. Something government's never been able to do, and because of this child tax credit, the largest tax cut for working families in American history, it's going to make a huge difference on a macro way. Another in a macro sort of way, people of Wisconsin and Ohio and other states will benefit because we're injecting this kind of money. In Ohio, last week, $550 million was sent to the state from the federal government to these children, to these families. And for most of these families, this is because the wealthiest people don't get this. It's 90%, it's 9 out of 10 families do, but that have children. So this money goes directly into these communities. They're going to be spending this money at the local grocery store, the local hardware store, to fix their cars so they don't miss work, to maybe take their kid once in a while to a restaurant. So the money's good. It's not going to be put in a Swiss bank account. It's going to be spent in local communities, making a difference. But that's sort of the big picture. The joy of working on this bill, and I started working on this in 2013, joined by Michael Bennet and Senator Booker, and then since he came, Senator Warnock and Senator Baldwin, the presiding officer, has been helpful, and Senator Wyden, the chair of the Finance Committee. The joy of this is to see how this affects individual families' lives. And so a couple of weeks ago, before the checks were sent out, I did a series of roundtables in Defiance and Findlay and Bryan and Cleveland and Dayton and Toledo and where else? In Youngstown and in Cincinnati. And I just asked families, what are you going to do with this money? And many families didn't know it was even coming. The word wasn't out yet. And I just heard some interesting comments. But then after the checks were sent out, I also heard stories. And here's what this means to families. One mother said, for the first time, I can now send my son to camp for a week, to a summer camp, first time in her life. A father said, I'm now going to be able to buy for my daughter. She loves fast pitch softball. She's really good. I'm going to be able to buy her the equipment to do that. A number of families said, we're now in a position where we can actually, without scrounging, so many American families can barely afford their rent. 25% of American families pay half their income in rent. Think about that. 1 out of 4 renters pay half their income in rent. One thing goes wrong in their lives, their car breaks down, they can end up being evicted. So what this $300 per child or $250 per child, for a lot of families, it just relieved the anxiety of the difficulty of putting together the money they need to pay the rent. Because the last week of a month for many families is different from the first 3, because the last week they start making cuts and not spending as much money on food, all the things they've got to do to pay their rent. This is going to alleviate, it's going to lift that burden off so many families. Other families that are a little more affluent, but still, hanging on to being middle class, are now able, they told me, to put $100 aside every month because of this child tax credit, because of the largest tax cut for working families ever. They're going to be able to put aside $100 a month for their child to go to Ohio State or to Denison or to Cleveland State or to Sinclair Community College in Ohio. So all the kinds of things. And Madam President, and I know you have in Wisconsin have thought about this. The best thing about this is it's not that, it's not Senator Baldwin or Senator Schumer or Senator McConnell or President Biden. It's not them saying to a family, okay, here's some money, here's where you're going to spend it. We're going to help you with this, we're going to help you. It's trusting these families. This $250 a month or $300 a month these families get, they get this money and they decide what's best for their family. And that's what, it's still, frankly, Madam President, inexplicable to me that everybody on this side of the aisle voted no, every single one of them. They had 2 chances. They voted no on an amendment on the bill, and then they voted no on the bill to give the largest tax cut in working families ever. And we all know around here, it's no secret that this side of the aisle likes tax cuts. They just like them for rich people. But they always argue, we cut taxes on the rich, and it'll trickle down, it'll help everybody. Well, there's kind of no evidence for that. But they keep doing it because they know that it plays really well with the rich contributors. But this is what tax cuts are really about. The child tax credit puts money in people's pockets. It gives them the choice of how to spend those dollars on behalf of their families. And it helps the community because there's more money in the community. And, we know that. And we know that the best kind of infrastructure, the best way to provide to build infrastructure in this country is to build a foundation for families. I'm for this bill that we're considering now, water, sewer, highways, bridges. I want to do that, but I want to build a foundation for families too, not just a better highway system, a better water and sewer system, but I want to give families broadband. I want to give families a little bit money like this does. I want to help families with housing, because then that foundation, these families can launch their children into a more prosperous future. And that's, to me, what this is all about. That's why the child tax credit's the most important thing I've ever worked on in my career. And I think it's one of the most important things Congress has done in a quarter century. Madam President, I yield the floor.